We are in sunny San Antonio, Texas for another edition of the Seguin San Antonio Showdown as the number 3 nationally ranked Texas Lutheran Bulldogs come to play with the Trinity Tigers of Trinity University. You can see the starting lineup for the Bulldogs on your screen right now. Kaylee Clark, Lindsay Leal, Madison Johnson, Serena Gonzalez, Bailey Hudgens, Laura Hernandez, Reagan Hillis, Isabella Rodriguez, and Annie Kay will be the batting order for the Bulldogs. A very dangerous lineup. I am Reed Rosales. Alongside me is Caleb Reed, the R&R Connection coming at you on the Tiger Network. And we are here for a good one. The one in the circle for the Tigers, Emery Betcher, with a 1-10 record, an 8.01 ERA, 2.03 WHIP. Last appearance was a loss against St. Thomas, 3 2/3 innings pitch, allowing 7 runs, a strikeout, and 4 walks. And we are in here for a treat, aren't we, Caleb?
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic game. Obviously, you mentioned TLU ranked number 3 in the nation. They are definitely a great team. And Trinity trying to find its footing at the moment. Hasn't had the best season so far, but hoping to get a pretty good, pretty big win if they could get it here against TLU.
Kaylee Clark, the leadoff batter for the Bulldogs. She is just so unbelievably good in her freshman year, as that one is a strike for a 1-1 count. She stole a SCAC record 6 stolen bases in one game against Southwestern in a series where she went 4 for 9 with 2 RBI, 4 walks, and 11 stolen bases. That 6 stolen base mark was 1 away from the D3 record. She ties Delana Hopkins of Center College when she did back in 2002, and she'll start the game off with a hit out into the alleyway. And you can see how fast she is as she speeds in for a double. Clark is chasing legends with her stolen base count. 53 stolen bases on the year so far. She hasn't been caught once. She is certainly the best pickpocket on this Bulldog squad.
It is so difficult to get a stolen base, but to be able to get 53 of them is absolutely incredible. Doesn't have the biggest power bat. That's only her 3rd double of the season so far, but still absolutely incredible speed. She is dangerous there.
And Lindsay Leal, the 2-hole hitter for the Bulldogs, hitting .384 on the season. Went 2 for 10 with an RBI, a walk, and a strikeout in that series against Southwestern. But she has speed as well, as that bunt attempt doesn't go right. But you can see Clark just speeding off to third as soon as she can. And the Bulldogs threatening early here against the Tigers as Coach Martin comes out to talk with the home plate umpire. And they're going to say that Clark will get third base.
Interesting, apparently, considering that it was a foul.
I think they're saying that it went off of Miller's glove and it did not contact the bat. And that ball gets away from Miller as well. So Clark already threatening here early on for the Bulldogs, who are just so unbelievably talented. They have many weapons that they can hit you with, and Kaylee Clark is one of them. As Leal drops that one out into left center field, Arce can't get a hold of it, and that'll score Clark for the first run of the game very fast. Only take 2 batters for the Bulldogs to put a run on the board against the Tigers. And with how good the Bulldogs are, this may be a bit indicative of what we're going to see today.
Incredibly quick start here for TLU. And, I mean, that's why they're number 3 right there. They are scoring just absolutely incredibly. It is, I mean, yeah, there's a reason why there's a reason why they are on now an 11-game win streak. And this is a team that Trinity might struggle a little bit against, but they just have to keep up the fight all throughout the game and hope for the best.
Coach Martin telling me that they really want to beat TLU more than anyone else because they hold the key to the conference. And no steal attempt from Leal, who is also speedy in her own right. 18 stolen bases on 19 attempts. Only been caught once. Coach Martin putting Abigail Miller. We've seen Jessie Lloyd behind home plate before as the catcher, but she believes Miller has the stronger arm. as that one out into center field. It gets down, and it's hit after hit for the Bulldogs to start things off here. The defensive lineup for the Tigers. Abigail Miller behind home plate. Jordan Williams at first, Alexis Saucedo at second, Jesse Lloyd at third, Marina De La Luna at short, Jordan Arce in left, Hayden Del Toro, who you see throwing it in right there on your screen, at center, and Carson Lee out in right field, as the Bulldogs have runners on first and second here for Serena Gonzalez, who was the National Player of the Week, not just conference, but nationally. She has 8 home runs. She hit 2 of those in that series against Southwestern, where she's hitting .434 in the season so far, 5 for 7, 2 home runs, 8 RBI, 4 walks drawn. She has been a player that Coach Wade Wilson, head coach for the Bulldogs, has said she's gotten better and better and better as the season has gone along. And we'll see if she can bring in some more runs for her team right here.
Betcher in the circle right now. Trinity's leading pitcher in terms of duration, 51.2 innings pitched so far. She has been the workhorse for this team. And, of course, as a senior, you kind of expect that.
That one grounded over to Williams. Just stepping over onto third. We'll let Gonzalez get on a fielder's choice. 1 out in the inning now.
Real heads-up play there. The first was probably the easiest out in terms of throw. However, just stepping on that bag really strategically keeps the runners as far away from home as possible. Really good idea there.
And you just saw how fast Lindsay Leal was there. That Lloyd going to step on third, she almost was beat by Leal getting to third. You just see how fast this TLU team is. And Coach Abby Martin of the Tigers told me that the most dangerous thing about the Bulldogs is their speed, and you'll see them speed across to home as that one gets into center field. That'll be an RBI for Bailey Hudgens, the 5-hole hitter for the Bulldogs, who's hitting .400 on the season, went 3 for 7 in that Southwestern series with a couple RBI of her own. And it's just dangerous hitter after dangerous hitter for the Bulldogs.
That's going to be Bailey's 28th RBI of the season right there, as well as her 7th double. She has been incredible at the plate so far this season in terms of not only getting some extra base hits, but also getting her teammates to home plate.
And Laura Hernandez stepping up to the dish now for the Bulldogs, hitting .286 on the year, went 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts in that Southwestern series. She watches that one for a strike. The Tigers want to get out of this one as fast as they can. Top of the first, 2 runs allowed. And the Bulldogs are keen to do more damage against their rivals. That one misses. A rivalry that they have completely and utterly dominated over the past couple of years. The last time the Bulldogs have lost a SCAC series was never. They've never lost a series in conference. They are 184-4 in conference play. They've never lost a series. The last time they've lost a game was this year against Centenary, but before that it was a 66-game win streak in conference. So if the Tigers want to steal one here, they're going to have to do something that no one has ever done before, and that's beat the Bulldogs in a series. And a great play by Saucedo going back and getting that fly out into shallow right center.
Cloud cover probably definitely helped keeping the sun out of help by keeping the sun out of her eyes, but just amazing heads-up play there. You can see on the replay just ranging back. And then, of course, that throw into home to prevent the runner on third, Gonzalez, from running in.
Reagan Hillis now stepping up to the Oche for the Bulldogs, as she's hitting .286 on the year so far, went 3 for 9 with 2 RBI, a walk, and a strikeout in the series against Southwestern, a series that they completely dominated, as that one is hit up the middle, and that'll be another RBI. And maybe not the best communication, as on third base, Hudgens was way off it, but they didn't throw it over there. Threw it towards the circle. Good piece of hitting right there.
You mentioned that that Southwestern series. Southwestern won game number 2, 12-0, and then, game number 2, 12-4, and then game number 3, 12-0. 24 runs and only 4 runs allowed in the last 2 games. TLU is just an incredible threat. No matter which position you look at it, no matter who you're looking at, this is a fantastic team, and they have thoroughly earned this number 3 ranking.
Isabella Rodriguez up to the plate now. She is the 8-hole hitter, which is pretty crazy considering she's hitting .325. Went 1 for 3 with the walk drawn in that Southwestern series. Pitch from Betcher. That one's grounded over to Lloyd. The throw to first in time, and that'll end the inning for the Tigers, but TLU does damage early on. They lead it 3-0 over the Tigers. We will take a quick break here on the Tiger Network as we get prepared to go to the bottom of the frame. We are back here in San Antonio as in the circle for the Bulldogs, maybe one of the best to ever play in Division III, Ashlyn Strother, a perfect 13-0 record, .052 ERA, or .52 ERA, excuse me, .71 whip, 83 strikeouts on the year. She won 2 games against Southwestern where she absolutely dominated the Pirates, and that second win made her the most winningest pitcher in Bulldog history, as Jessie Lloyd will try to get something going against Strother here. She's hitting very well on the season for the Tigers. .322, went 3 for 6 in a series against St. Thomas where Trinity was swept in very close games. Game 1 was canceled due to inclement weather, going to be played if necessary, if we need seeding implications to be settled. So we will see if that one is played. Coach Martin is hoping that one is played. That one in there for a strike, and Strother is just so unbelievably good. We could go on all day about the accolades Strother has. Most wins without losing a decision with 25. That's an NCAA D3 record. But Lloyd able to get on, leadoff batter for the Tigers. Getting to Strother. Good piece of hitting there by Lloyd, because Strother does not allow really anything. Not runs, not hits. So we'll see if Hayden Del Toro can follow up from that performance, hitting .306 on the season, 2 for 6 against St. Thomas, strikeout and a walk. She tries to bunt, and the Bulldogs were all over that one, but that one was hit foul, or bunted foul rather.
Lloyd on base with that base hit. That is Strother's 48th hit allowed of the season. Only 4 hits allowed per game so far this season. Absolutely incredible. And of course, you mentioned the winning decision. 13 games started, 13 wins on the season.
And excellent bunt there by Del Toro. Couldn't execute it any better. Gets Lloyd over to second. And the Tigers are going to need all the help that they can get to try and keep up with TLU. Dawson Debussy, the 3-hole hitter for the Tigers, hitting .407 right now. Went 4 for 7 with a home run, a strikeout, and 2 RBI against St. Thomas. Swings through that one for strike 1. But Strother just holds so many different records, is so good in so many different statistics. 15th in the nation in hits allowed per 7 innings. That one is fouled back. 21st in the nation in complete games with 11. 7th in the nation in ERA, 5th in the nation in WHIP, 39th in the nation with strikeouts. 13 wins, that makes her 4th in the nation. She is just so good, and she could do so many things. But that one gets away from her, and Lloyd is able to jaunt on over to third base as that wild pitch just a bit too much to handle for Rodriguez behind home plate. As your batting order for the Tigers after Debussy, De La Luna on deck, Williams in the hole, Carson Lee, Abigail Miller, Jordan Arce, and Alexis Saucedo runs up the lineup. Swing and a miss, a strikeout. Debussy strikes out as Strother is off to work. Second out of the inning. Bring up Marina De La Luna, who against St. Thomas hit her 15th home run, which ties her for the career record home runs here at Trinity University. But she pops that one a little too early before I can get the story off. That'll end the inning for the Tigers. As we head to the top of the second, Bulldogs don't allow any damage as Strother shuts down the top of the order for the Tigers. We will head to a quick break here on the Tiger Network as we prepare for the second inning. And we are back. The 9-hole hitter for the Bulldogs, number 24, Annie Kay, takes that one for a strike, hitting 190 on the year, 2 for 7 with an RBI against Southwestern. As Betcher is out for another inning of work against a very dangerous Bulldogs lineup. Maybe getting a bit of a respite here against the 9-hole hitter, but every batter is dangerous on this TLU squad. Annie Kay out of Sinton, Texas.
She's dangerous no matter what with the bat. Everybody on this TLU team is, but also on the base pass. She's got 8 stolen bases so far this season. Obviously, nothing like Kaylee Clark, who's sitting at, you said 17th all-time in NCAA Division III.
And that one will be in time as the grounder. Annie Kay will not be able to leg it out this time, but that brings up the top of the order again to the aforementioned Kaylee Clark, who is chasing the previous leader. Jordan may ring a bell to TLU fans. She broke the NCAA record for steals in a season with 77 last year, but Kaylee Clark, a freshman with 53 stolen bases, is on pace to beat that unbelievably. She ranks 4th in TLU history right now in a single season. And of course, she had that SCAC record tying performance against Southwestern with 6 stolen bases in one game. She fouls that one back for the 1-1 count. And Clark, she is just so unbelievably good. Leads the nation right now in stolen bases with those 53. 8th in the nation in runs per game with 1.43. So she's usually coming across home plate, and she will get a single here. And she probably won't stay there for long. We'll see if she's off to the races immediately. And if Coach Wade Wilson will let her have some fun on the base paths.
Number 77, Lindsay Liao.
She's gotten on to base a whole lot this season. Not only does she have a pretty good bat, but also that plate discipline. 24 times walked so far this season, only 7 strikeouts.
And Lindsay Liao, another very speedy player for the Bulldogs. 1 for 1 today. That single that drove in a run, the first run of the game. And we will watch Clark to see if she goes. She doesn't this time, and therefore a strike. Miller does have a pretty strong arm behind home plate. Clark has not been caught yet this season so far. So Betcher hoping not to worry about a runner at her back. Liao fouls that one off. It'll be a 1-2 count for the 2-hole hitter, as the Bulldogs looking to put some more runs on the board. This game can get out of hand very quickly if the Tigers don't control this Bulldog offense.
TOU, as you mentioned, in terms of the high-powered offenses, that's going to be a steal attempt. Can't get there.
And that one is there. That ball getting away from Miller. And a good steal from Clark. Very, very good, in fact. She will pass Anna Poulter's senior season in 2004 with UW River Falls with 54. And she will be 16th in the nation, or she will be 16th in D3 history for a single season. We'll see if she takes third. She very well could. She's fast enough. But Liao drives that one out in to left field. RC lets it drop. And it is a double. As you see how fast Liao is, it is ridiculous how fast this TLU team is. They beat you with their speed, and they are really showing it right now as we head back down to the 3-hole hitter for the Bulldogs, Madison Johnson.
We give all of the mention to Clark there, but let's not forget Liao, second on the team in terms of steals as well. So this top of the order has 2 incredibly fast players for TLU, able to really cause some issues here to start games and then to continue as they go back to the top of the order.
And Madison Johnson, 1 for 1 today, as the Bulldogs are just cycling through the order once again. That one in there for a strike. 1-1 count here for Johnson. And again, this TLU team has quite the offense, as the pitch from Betcher is fouled off. They are 23rd in the nation in hits with 250 of them, 4th in the nation in runs scored with 215, 39th in the nation in home runs with 14, and they are patient as well. They have drawn the 2nd most walks in the country. But that one grounded over to Williams. She steps on first for an out, but that will score a run as Kaylee Clark comes across home plate. Just an everyday thing for her at this point. That'll make it 4-0 advantage to the Bulldogs.
This 4-0 early lead is something that TLU is very used to. Their closest game in the last 3 games was the series opener at Southwestern, whenever they had to go to the 8th inning in a 4-3 victory. But then after that, 12-4 win in 5, and then a 12-0 shutout in 5 in game number 3 of that series. So this is a team that is pretty used to lighting the fireworks there.
And that one's hit out into center field. Gonzalez just getting in another RBI, getting Liao in there with a single. Simple enough, just hit it right up the middle. And there will be another meeting in the circle by the Tigers, as Coach Wilson is going to send out a pinch runner, I believe, for Gonzalez. I can't quite see what number that is. They don't have numbers on the front of their jerseys. So we'll wait until we get a signal from either the umpire or we see it. 27.
It's going to be
That
27.
is Kirsten Williams. 5 for 6 on the base paths with steals.
Batting 5th, left fielder number 12, Bailey Hutchins.
As Bailey Hudgens will step up to the plate once again. 1 for 1 today. She had a single as well. As there's There are 2 outs in the inning. Tigers looking to get out of this one. They've allowed 2 runs this inning. 3 in the first, 2 in the second. Hoping to stop the bleeding. As Betcher with the delivery. Gets that one in there for a strike. And you can see Betcher is going to be squatting down quite a bit because any player on this TLU team could try and steal second base. That one. And the runner goes, and the throw may have been on time, but De La Luna couldn't get a hold of it. That'll go as a steal for Williams. Runner in scoring position now for the Bulldogs with the 1-1 count. Betcher's pitch. Hits the turf, and Williams will just go ahead and take third.
That's going to be Williams' 6th steal of the season there on that move up to second. Obviously, a wild pitch does not give Williams anything there.
That one grounded right to Lloyd. She will get the out at first base. We will take a break here on the Tiger Network as the Bulldogs just keep extending their lead. They lead it 5-0 as we head to the bottom of the second. Jordan Williams coming up to the plate for the Tigers. The 5-hole hitter trying to get something going as the Tigers find themselves down in a deficit early on here in San Antonio. Jordan Williams hitting .317 on the year, 4 for 6 with 2 RBI, a walk against St. Thomas. She was one of the best performers on the team for that series. She swings through that one, strike one, as Strother is going back out for another inning of work. She makes it just seem so incredibly easy to take down dangerous lineups year after year after year. Overall record, 59-2. One loss didn't come to a D3 opponent, came to an NAIA opponent, and the other loss came in the championship, the national championship game against Virginia Wesleyan. So she wins quite a bit, and in the rare moments where she does lose, she's losing against really, really good competition. So Strother just making it seem so easy in the circle.
And Williams down there at the plate, tied for the lead on the team with 2 home runs so far this season. 82 plate appearances, so pretty consistently coming up to the plate during games. Only 10 runs scored, though, off of 26 hits.
And the Tigers have been getting hits more and more as a timeout is called. So no pitch there. But they had a season-high 17 hits against St. Thomas in that first game. But despite that, the 3 errors that they committed cost them as they lost 8-9 in that one. That one's in there for a strike. Full count now. Strother versus Williams. We'll see if Williams is able to draw the walk here. And she will. She will get a free pass to first base, showing incredible discipline where Strother could very easily strike her out. But Williams will move up on the Tiger history books to 12th in drawn walks with 34. She passes Rebecca Barrett's career record.
Only 25 walks allowed by TLU all season by all the pitchers. That's only Strother's 11th allowed.
And Carson Lee now up to the plate for the Tigers, hitting .324 on the year. Another patient batter, but that one in there for a strike. And Carson Lee hit a grand slam in the first inning of Game 2 against St. Thomas, but that wasn't enough as the Tigers fell in that one 5-7. She pops that one up, but it looks like that one will get out of play. It will. And for Carson Lee, 3 for 7, a home run, 4 RBI. And she had a bit of a rough patch in the mid part of the season, but she's found her groove once again. And she's looking to take some good hacks against Strother, as the Tigers have Williams at first, trying to look to advance her. That one misses outside. So a 2-2 count for Lee.
That grand slam helped propel Lee to 19 RBI on the season. Most likely not going to get one here with a runner only on first, but a big swing could definitely help Trinity cut into this 5-0 deficit.
That foul back clangs off the pole as Lee is another patient bat for the Tigers. If you've been watching the home games this season, you've seen her draw plenty of walks. She's looking to do similar things here as she launches that one down the left field line, just showing her power off. And she has a lot of pop in that bat, maybe a surprising amount, but she is able to get it out of here. She has hit it out before in scrimmages, yet to do so in the regular season. No Tiger, in fact, has hit a home run on the field ever since they turfed it. Looking for that inaugural Tiger home run. 2 opponents have hit it, but the Tigers are still looking for their first.
Of course, you mentioned that grand slam last week. One more home run so far on the season. Also 12 walks, so she is a very patient batter.
That one popped up, and Clark calls off everybody, takes it in, and that'll be first out of the inning for the Bulldogs as we head down to Abigail Miller, who is strong behind the plate, but also has a good bat as well, hitting .269 on the year. Went over 2 with a strikeout in Game 2 against St. Thomas, as the Tigers have gone from her being the star of the show behind the plate to kind of a multi-catcher situation with Jessie Lloyd taking some of her starts sometimes. But Miller, she is very good at the plate. For a while, she had only struck out once. I believe she struck out only 2 times now on the season, so Strother maybe will have a little bit of trouble striking her out. But we'll see. Strother makes the most dangerous batters seem like they're swinging an oar at the plate. Pitch for Strother. Swing and a miss. And 0-2 count now for Miller. The Tiger catcher trying to get the first baseman, who's on first right now, anywhere, really. Pitch from Strother. Swing and a miss, and Strother just makes it look easy. Miller was reaching for that one. 2 outs as the Bulldogs signal, as Jordan Arcee, the 8-hole hitter, will try and do some damage, hitting .267 on the season, 0 for 2 with a walk and a hit by pitch in Game 2 against St. Thomas. Swing and a miss there.
That was a 231st now strikeout by Strother in her career. Absolutely just incredible. Or no, sorry, in the season. Just absolutely incredible job so far this year.
Those 431 strikeouts, she is chasing Victoria Herrera of Austin College in the career strikeouts category. If she gets 10 strikeouts today, she will pass it. If she gets 9 today, she will tie it. She very well could. That's how good she is. And the Bulldogs against Southwestern. It was a close game one, went 8 innings. They won it 4-3, but they just absolutely mollywopped them in games 2 and 3, 12-0 and 12-4. The Bulldogs, they take dangerous teams and make them seem like they're nothing. Scatter Isabella Rodriguez steps up to the plate for the Bulldogs.
The previous walk issued by Betcher is the 19th so far of the year. Or no, sorry, 21st of the year. Leads the team now in terms of walks.
And you see everybody in the infield rushing in. They are ready for another bunt to try to get the runners to second and third. That one hits the ball, or hits the bat, I should say, and will be fouled back. So we'll see if we get another attempt here on the 1-1 count. No outs for the Bulldogs so far in the inning. Hernandez on second, Hillis on first. As Isabella Rodriguez to Pearland, Texas. Bunt doesn't do anything there, but they're going to take third and second anyways. So they will have two runners in scoring position. 1-2 count because Bella did not pull back in time.
Still 0 outs here as well.
And that one launched out into left field. RC ranging back, and she will get it. Hernandez will tag up and score, so make that a sac fly. RBI for
RBI, Isabella Rodriguez.
Rodriguez. As we will head down to the 9-hole hitter, Annie Kay. 0 for 1 today.
Batting ninth, center fielder number 24, Annie Kay.
Center fielder trying to score. The one on second. That one in there for a strike. That'll be the first out of the inning on that sac fly. 0-1 count. Betcher's pitch. Not in there. 1-1 count. We'll see if Hillis tries to go to third. She may not. With the Bulldogs, you never know. They're so dangerous on the base paths that they are one of very few teams that probably could confidently be stealing third base. But that one hit through the legs of Betcher. And they throw it home. The throw to second, not in time. That is just an extra base given to Annie Kay. They thought Hillis was going to go home, but she pulled up at third, and it allows Kay to get onto second.
Great heads-up play there by Kay, able to see that ball was heading towards home and just take advantage of that. A little bit of miscommunication there by Trinity, hoping to hold Hillis there at third, but instead gave up a free second base.
And Kaylee Clark, first pitch she sees, she gets a hit, and she will be heading over to second. And you can't throw it anywhere other than second if you don't want her to get there, because she will take it.
RBI, Kaylee Clark.
Another RBI for her as the Bulldog lead grows 7-0. As there will be a meeting in the circle now for the Tigers. Want to talk things over. Runners on second and third. The Tigers looking to get things together here defensively, but they have to deal with Lindsay Liao, who is 2 for 2 already. And it's just so many fast runners on base that it is difficult to try and contain them from getting across home plate. But we'll see what Betcher dials up here. And Betcher's pitch in the turf. It'll be a 1-0 count to start things off for Liao. Has maybe not the youngest lineup around, but it's a young lineup for TLU. Liao, a sophomore. Grounds that one over into right center field. 1 run will score, and Clark is just way, way too fast. Liao goes to second, and that'll be 2 more runs scored. And that will make it a 9-0 game here in San Antonio as TLU just continues to pour on the runs.
Liao there going to get her 8th RBI of the season there with that RBI double. And now it's going to be a 9-0 game here just in the third inning alone. TLU starting to run away with this if they haven't already.
Madison Johnson once again back up to the plate as the merry-go-round of hits continues. 1 for 2 today is Johnson, working with the speedy Leal on second base. The pitch from Betcher. That one hit right over to Williams, who is just going to tag Johnson. Could have tagged the bag, but she just wanted to tag Johnson. Easier out. Leal will head over to third base. And that will leave things up for no longer Gonzalez. Gonzalez is not coming back in the 4 hole. It will be Kirsten Williams, who's hitting a .333 on the season. Went 0 for 1 in Game 3 against Southwestern. That one tapped foul.
Williams only has 4 hits so far in the young season. Much more of a runner with 5 stolen bases.
And interesting decision to not re-enter Gonzalez. But at this point, it looks like the game is far out of hand for Trinity early on, as we have a 1-1 count here for Williams. Leal on third. That one tapped up the middle. De La Luna can't get it. That'll score another run, and Williams is going to be safe at first. Just can't get her hands on it, and it will be a double-digit lead. 10-0 lead the Bulldogs, as Williams will be on first, as Bailey Hudgens will try and do some more damage.
That's going to be the 7th error of the season there for De La Luna. She leads the team right now with 7. Second most is Angela Baltzel with 4.
This one for Betcher doesn't get in. It'll be a 2-0 count now for Hudgens, who is 1 for 2 on the day so far. And the Bulldogs are the bats that keep on giving, as that one hit sharply to De La Luna, and the toss over to second, just not thrown very well. Saucedo can't get it. And the Bulldogs threaten once again with runners on first and second, as Laura Hernandez, who is 0 for 1 on the day, will come back to the plate. We'll see how she fares this time, as we may be getting a pitching change as we meet in the circle once again. You can see there just the toss over to second, not a very good one, as we will have a meeting as Coach Martin goes out to talk to her team.
That's going to be another error assigned to De La Luna there, so that's going to be her 2nd error of the game, 8th of the season. And if we are going to see a pitching change, I'm not seeing any movement back in the bullpen. So could be buying some time for a reserve pitcher to start warming up, but not seeing any movement back there so far. Could see some later, though. I think that the talk was more just trying to get Betcher's nerves down here, as TLU has already scored 5 in this 3rd inning, and now runners on second and first.
First pitch from Betcher to Hernandez. Not in there. That is a ball. 1-0 count, as TLU is looking to just keep scoring here. TLU, they break many records every year. Last year, they broke a NCAA D3 record in steals as a team. It's about 241, if I am remembering correctly. They are just so consistent, so great. And those 4 losses in conference ever, that just means every other season where they don't have a loss, they've been perfect. They haven't lost at all. It's just such unprecedented dominance of a conference. that there's very few examples that you can point to and say, this is similar.
And I mean, all of that is definitely helped by Strother as well. But just in general, this is a team that has been incredibly good for just so long. That also helps with recruiting as well, because you can say, hey, we've got an amazing team. We're going to have an amazing team for forever, and that's why you should join us.
And that will be another walk. The free pass given to Hernandez as we head down to the 7-hole hitter,
Third baseman number 8, Reagan Hillis.
Reagan Hillis, who is 2 for 2 today. The junior having a good day for herself so far. That one's in there for a strike. 0-1 count for Hillis. As Betcher really wanting to get out of the inning here. That one hits the turf. No movement on the bags. There are 2 outs in the inning. All you need is to tag 1 base on a ground ball. 1-1 count. A pitch from Betcher. Fouled off. 1-2 count now. As Hillis, another player that Coach Wilson told me has just gotten better and better and better as the season has progressed. And I asked him, what has the team gotten better with as the season's progressed? And he said, we're still a work in progress. And that one grounded over to Lloyd. She gets the out at first by giving it over to Williams. That'll end the inning as the Bulldogs leave the bases loaded. But it doesn't matter. They've scored 5. They lead it 10-0. We are in run rule range. We'll see if the Tigers can score at least 3 runs in the bottom of the 3rd as we take a break here on the Tiger Network. We are back here in San Antonio as Sydney Willette will be the new pitcher for the Bulldogs. Straw Thursday ends as this game is out of hand at this point. Alexis Saucedo will come to take her first take at Willette. She didn't even get to face Strother. First pitch from Willette. That one is fouled off. Willette with a 1.94 ERA, 0.99 whip. Last appearance was Game 2 against Southwestern. She pitched 2 innings, allowed 1 run, but had 2 strikeouts. Another great arm for the Bulldogs, as it is pretty crazy that the Bulldogs offense has 3 at-bats under their belt before Saucedo even had 1.
Despite that 1.94 ERA, Willette has only got a 1.94, actually the exact same K per 7. So she really doesn't rely on strikeouts a whole lot in order to get her outs. She really relies on weak contact and infield play, really to kind of allow herself to get the low number that we see there.
That one in there for a strike for Saucedo. 1-2 count as Willette looking to continue Strother's good work. The pitch from Willette. Saucedo hits it out into center field. It's hit pretty well, but Kay able to range over and grab it. First out of the inning as we head back to the top of the order for the Tigers for the first time. Jessie Lloyd coming back up 1 for 1 today. She started the game off with the hit, and she will try and get something going against Willette this time. Check swing, but hits the bat, so it will be a foul ball. Strike one to start things off for Lloyd, as Willette is a part of a great pitching staff of Texas Lutheran. That pitch, swing and a miss for Lloyd, 0-2 count. As the TLU pitching staff is 4th in the nation with a 1.32 ERA, 2nd in the nation in WHIP, and they have a D3 leading 16 shutouts. So they are doing exactly what you expect them to be doing, as a 1-2 count for Lloyd. As Willette looks to dial up a good one here. The pitch. That one is fouled off. Lloyd just trying to stay alive at this point because this pitching staff of TLU is just overwhelming.
Lloyd trying to avoid her 8th strikeout of the season here. Definitely doesn't lead the team, but she does lead the team in walks, hoping to draw this out a little bit.
That one fouled back. The defensive lineup for the Bulldogs. You have Laura Hernandez over at first, Kaylee Clark at second, Reagan Hillis at third, Lindsay Leal at shortstop. Out in left field, you have Bailey Hudgens. In center field, you got Annie Kay, and right field, Madison Johnson. That one is fouled off, and the battery now is Willette and Isabella Rodriguez. Another one fouled off, 1-2 count, as Lloyd tries to get something going for her team, who is down by double-digit runs in just the 3rd inning. Willette has her signal. That one grounded over to Hillis, and a quick out there, as that one was just shot out of a rocket over to first base. They are some very good defenders as well. They are 15th in the nation in fielding percentage, so they do not commit a lot of errors. They don't make a lot of mistakes. They are a contender to win it all again this year. They have been for the past couple of years now. Of course, back in 2019, they did win it all. So the Bulldogs have been a threat for quite a while now. As Hayden Del Toro, 2-hole hitter for the Tigers, trying to get things going again. Appeal, no swing, says the first base umpire. So ball 1, as Del Toro successfully checks that one. And Willette getting the signal. That one in there for a strike. Good breaking ball.
Del Toro, if she can get on base, she currently leads Trinity in terms of steals. 7 stolen bases off of 9 attempts. Has been picked off a couple of times, but she is incredibly speedy on those base paths.
Willette, 3-1 count for Del Toro. See if she can draw the walk here. But this TLU pitching staff very good, as that one just tapped over to Hillis and able to get the speedy Del Toro at first. That'll end the 3rd inning. We head to the top of the 4th as the Bulldogs are crushing it right now. They lead it 10-0. We will take a break here on the Tiger Network as we head to the top of the 4th. 10-0 is the score now, right now in San Antonio.
Top of the fourth inning, for the
As
Bulldogs, batting eighth, the catcher, number
the
21,
catcher,
Isabella Rodriguez.
Isabella Rodriguez, who is 0 for 1 today. Had a sacrifice fly though, so try to get things started off here for the Bulldogs. That one misses for a ball from Betcher. And the Tigers, well, out of this one right now, down by double-digit runs. It is looking very, very bleak. And Salcedo bobbles it a little, but able to get it to first, despite mishandling it for just a second. Quick first out for the Tigers. Maybe the first time they've gotten the leadoff batter out this game, but Annie Kay, the speedy Annie Kay, will try and do some damage of her own. That one misses. Ball one.
Kay, the freshman, has been just absolutely incredible so far this season. And I mean, you mentioned that speed. She is a weapon on the base paths as well. So that one's going to be fouled off to the right.
And right now for TLU, if you are TLU, leading by 10-0, looking to wrap this one up quick with a run rule. They get the ball back from that very long foul. Betcher looking to have a quick inning here. As the pitch is bunted. The throw from Betcher is in time. As Saucedo able to pick that one. 2 outs on the inning for the Tigers. And Betcher very spry out of the circle. Not really known for speed out of the circle, so it was a very good play by her. As we go back to the top with Kaylee Clark, maybe the fastest player in D3 softball right now, getting from base to base in under 3 seconds. Just absolutely insane speed from the freshman. Next pitch from Betcher. That one not doing anything.
Clark 3 for 3 on the day, 2 singles and a double, as well as an RBI. She's just been incredible so far today, incredible so far this season, and hoping to continue that here.
That one misses. A 3-0 count, and saw this a lot. Went to go see that first game against Southwestern, and at some point, Southwestern just really wanted to avoid pitching to her because she's so good with the bat, but she's also a dangerous weapon on the base paths. The sliding attempt by RC can't get there. And Clark speeds on into second. You just see how fast she is. It's insane how fast she is.
It feels like a free double every time that she manages to get up into the outfield just because she can turn before they even throw it.
Getting into second there. Even when it is a single, she's not on first for long. But Lindsay Liao, the Clark to Liao connection, trying to strike again. No one in there for a strike. 0-1 count for Liao, who is 3 for 3 on the day. Clark, that makes her 4 for 4 on the day. Bunt attempt. Doing nothing there. She pulls back. And Clark may steal third. She definitely could. She is just way, way too fast for any catcher to try and pick her off. That one right to Betcher, hits off her glove. And they get Liao at first. An incredibly close play there, as that will end the inning. So no damage being done by Clark, but a goose egg for TLU, the first time they haven't scored in an inning. We head to the bottom of the fourth as we take a quick break here on the Tiger Network.
Trinity 0.
back in San Antonio as up to the Imperial March, Dawson Debussy, three-hole hitter for the Tigers. Struck out her first at-bat, trying to do a bit more damage now against Willette, who was out for another inning of work. First pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 count for Debussy as the Tigers have been getting mowed down here by the pitchers of Texas Lutheran. Trying to do a bit more damage. Next pitch. The slow breaking ball in there for a strike. As it is a beautiful day to be playing softball out here. Certainly that is one thing everyone can agree on. Next pitch. Not in the zone. 1-2 count for Debussy as she is looking to get on base. She gets on base the most on this Tiger squad. Trying to have some more luck here today as this is a elite pitching staff from Texas Lutheran. There's not much more I can say about them and how good they are.
Mentioning Debussy here, she leads the team with the best average, 407, best on plate percentage, best slugging, best on base percentage. She gets on base a lot and trying to do the same thing here.
Willette with the pitch. That one fouled back, trying to put away Debussy as the count being juiced. No one on the base paths right now for the Tigers, as we have some defensive changes for TLU. Debussy launches that one out into center field, but Annie Kay just way too fast, able to range back and get it there. Little over-the-shoulder catch, very impressive. Debussy will be retired there, but the one change that the Bulldogs have made is over at third base, as Kylie Jack will now be playing third for the Bulldogs, as Marina De La Luna always looking for that home run to put her on top of the mountain alone in terms of home runs for Trinity. But she has some stiff competition here in Willette. That pitch. That one launched into left field. Just collected by Williams out there. And De La Luna is retired. As Jordan Williams will try and do something for her team, as not much has been done so far. 2 outs on the board. In a game that the Bulldogs have absolutely dominated. Just everyday business for them, though.
Williams, the pinch runner, or no, sorry, got on base on a walk in the second and then an error last inning in the third.
And a 2-0 count now for Williams. Looking to draw another walk, something that she does excel at. That one misses as well. 3-0 count for Jordan Williams, as Coach Wilson telling me that sad to see the Tigers going to the SAA. They love the rivalry between the Bulldogs and the Tigers. That one's in there for a strike, as Williams hasn't really moved the bat at all yet. Probably she may on this 3-1 count, she may not.
3-1 is the hitter's
And
count.
that one grounded over to Clark. Easy play at second. And we will head into the top of the 5th as the Bulldogs will potentially get their last at-bats. We'll take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. Bulldogs lead it 10-0. We are back here in San Antonio as the Tigers have a pitching change to make. Bella Gutierrez is 3-4 on the season with a 6.14 ERA, 1.59 WHIP. Will be called on to likely finish the game for the Tigers. Last time she was out, she didn't make it through and out. She allowed 5 runs, no strikeouts, no walks in that second game against St. Thomas. An outing that she definitely wants to forget. But right now, number 4, the 3-hole hitter, Madison Johnson, back to take another swing. 1 for 3 today. Trying to put some more runs up for TLU. Trying to get some more insurance runs. That one high and inside. Johnson kind of falling over to get out of the way of that one.
Gutierrez, whenever she has been called as a starter, she has 8 starts so far this season, 15 appearances so far on the season. 3 of those starts were complete games, as well as 2 shutouts. She has recorded a save as well so far this season, 44 innings pitched, 7.95, basically 8 hits allowed per 7 innings. That one's a bit inside.
2-1 count, now a 3-1 count as Gutierrez looking to have a better outing than the one against St. Thomas. But that'll be a free pass for Johnson as the Bulldogs want to threaten once again as re-entering into the game for the Bulldogs, Serena Gonzalez. The big bat for TLU with 8 home runs. 2 of those coming against Southwestern. She took the first swing in the cleanup position in the first inning, but she did not re-enter the game. But now she has. That one hit up the middle. And TLU once again threatening early on. No outs yet. Runners on first and second. As Bailey Hudgens will step back up to the dish. As Coach Wilson may be making a pinch running change. He will. As number 25, Riley Futrell, will be called upon to pinch run for Gonzalez. Futrell, 4 for 5 on the base paths in the stealing department.
Sophomore out of Florence, Texas. A lot of Texas players here on this team.
That one hit up the middle, and that'll probably score a run as Johnson just screams around third. And that'll make it 11-0 for TLU, as it is the same exact situation. No outs, runners on first and second. Except this time, Laura Hernandez will be trying to drive in some more runs. Quick meeting in the circle for the Tigers, as in the top of the 5th inning, and was likely the final at-bats for TLU. Really want to pour it on. As Coach Wilson talking to the home plate umpire about changes, making sure everything's right.
Hernandez, the senior, 0 for 1 so far today, has 2 walks. But if she can get that ball into the outfield and grab hopefully an RBI, that is going to be her 19th RBI of the season.
As I believe we have a pinch runner as number 3 pinch running for the Bulldogs, Harley Russell. I believe that is number 3 on the base pass right there.
Looks like 33.
Yeah. Wearing jersey 33, which is not on the roster, so interesting delineation there. She just wanted another 3, okay?
Wait, no, that might be 32, Chloe Wells.
Yeah. It is indeed 39 number 3, Russell. 3 on the roster, 33 on the field. There's always number as sometimes we get roster discrepancies. That one. Not in there, 3-1 count.
Yep, 33.
Next pitch from Gutierrez. Not in there. Another walk. Walking the bases loaded as we will be seeing a new player at the plate for the Bulldogs. Kylie Jack hitting 208. 1 for 5. That one hit, a home run though, against Southwestern. She drew 2 walks, struck out twice in that Southwestern series. Looking for a big hit here. Swing and a miss. Tried to take it all, but ended up getting none of it. As there are no outs, and the Bulldogs have the bases loaded.
You mentioned the 2 home runs. She's played in 23 games so far this year for TLU. Has been a very consistent player for them.
1-1 count. Gutierrez trying to avoid the cardinal sin of a pitcher, not to walk a run in. That one fouled back, 1-2 count. We'll see what Kylie Jack does here with this count. Gutierrez looking to get 1 out in the inning. Because if you get 1 out, you kind of have so many options with the bases loaded. That one fouled away. Not to say that you don't have options with the bases loaded with no outs, but you definitely have fewer options in that department. And you can't get out of the inning unless you get a triple play, which is very difficult to do, especially with a speedy team like TLU. That'll be a 2-2 count now for Jack. Gutierrez trying to find that first out. That one fouled back. Jack is just staying alive.
Jack has been struck out 10 times so far this year. And in her 24 plate appearances, hoping to avoid another one here.
That one hit out in to left field. Likely a tag-up situation. RC able to get it. And Futrell getting in to home.
Russell deciding to stay on second.
As Jack gets the sac fly. As we have another new face who's going to step on up to the Oche for the Bulldogs. And number 32, Chloe Wells, hitting .240 on the year. Went 0 for 4 against Southwestern.
Now batting number 32, Chloe Wells.
As Wells will try and bring in some more runs. It is a 12-0 lead for the Bulldogs here in the top of the 5th. Gutierrez getting that first out that she really wants. That one in there for a strike. And it's been a bit of a rotation for the Tigers pitching staff. No one player has been the star of the show. That one gets away from Miller, can't find it. And Jordan Williams actually having to come in to grab that one. They got away from Miller. Runners on second and third for the Bulldogs now as they make good use of that one. 1-1 count for Wells. Taking that one for a ball. 2-1 count. As Wells looking for a good hit here. Kind of dinks it over to Gutierrez, who gets the out at first, but another run will come across. It'll be 13-0. TLU leading. The Bulldogs putting on the hurt against the Tigers. As coming up now, Andy Kay once again. 9-hole hitter staying the same.
99, center fielder number 24, Annie Kay.
1 for 3 today. The rolled up sleeves. Has the runner on third in Hernandez. Watches that one. 2-0 count now. As the Bulldogs have definitely gotten the insurance runs that they want, but they want as many as they can get. That one in there for a strike. 2-1 count. Tigers trying to get out of this one, as we are in run rule territory.
Kay has had 5 walks so far this season, also struck out 5 times as well, so perfectly even.
3-1 count is K. And the delivery from Gutierrez. Too low. And K will take a free pass to first as we head back to the top of the order. Kaylee Clark, 4 for 4 today. Trying to be one of the few players who can get into the 5 for 5 club. Not many have in SCAC history. Looking to be the most recent addition. As Gutierrez trying to shut down the inning here. That one in there for a strike. And you see Clark, just such a good batter, such a good slapper. You see constant movement on the base paths. She is just so unbelievably athletic. She uses her speed to her advantage. With that 1-1 count, Gutierrez is trying to face off against her.
That speed is, has especially helped 2 doubles
That
so
one
far
hit
today.
over to Saucedo, who will end the inning. As we head into what is potentially going to be the final at-bats for the Tigers. They are down 13-0. We are going to take a quick break here on the Tiger Network as we head to the bottom of the inning.
3 runs, 2 hits, no errors.
We are back in San Antonio for the potential last 3 outs of the game. Carson Lee, 0 for 1 today. This is her second at-bat, as TLU has been very efficient. So let's pitch. In there. No pitch, as a timeout was called. Willett getting the signal. Her delivery gets in there for a strike. 0-1 count. As Carson Lee, who against Centenary quietly had one of the best days for a Trinity batter, 4 for 4. Game 2, I believe. Looking to do something for the Tigers now, as the Bulldogs are up 13-0. They need to get within 8 runs in order to push the game further on.
Anything's possible here. 5-run inning could happen. Not likely, but could happen.
That one not in there. 2-1 count for Carson Lee. And you can see the vast difference in that the Tigers have had 12 at-bats compared to the 30 of TLU. And 15 hits on 30 at-bats, just so unbelievably efficient offensively. 2-2 count for Lee. Willette's pitch. Hit up the middle, and Lee will be on base.
That's a base hit for Carson Lee.
As we have a defensive change for the Bulldogs, as Abigail Miller will come up to bat, the Tiger catcher, 0 for 1 today.
Abigail Miller.
Harley Russell stays out in left field. And Miller trying to do something with Lee. They've had a runner on first a couple times this game, and an incredible catch out in right field by Johnson. A little late to jump on it, but she got there, put the glove out, and caught it. A dazzling play by Madison Johnson out in right field. You see it on the replay right here. Look at that. What an amazing catch. Full stretch right there as RC hits that one over to Jack. One at second. Not able to turn the double play. But that will be a fielder's choice. 2 outs now. And Alexis Saucedo standing as the Tigers' last defense.
99, second baseman, number 7, Alexis
Down
Saucedo.
13 to nothing. RC on first. First pitch from Willette. That one might do it. And it will, as Madison Johnson comes in to shallow right, makes the catch, and that'll be the end of game 1 as
For the Tigers in the bottom of the
the
fifth,
Bulldogs
no runs,
shellac
no errors.
the Tigers
One error,
13 to nothing,
final score of
out hitting them 15 to 2,
Texas Lutheran 13,
and
Trinity 0.
absolute domination,
Bulldogs, 13
absolute
runs, 15 hits, no errors, no
great
runs,
offense
left on base.
from the Bulldogs.
Tigers, no runs,
Really
two
just
hits, 2 errors,
showed off
no
why
errors,
they are ranked so highly. Caleb, what did you think of the game?
Yeah, I mean, again, TLU took over from the start. 3 runs in the first. 2, as you can see there on your screen, 3-2-5. And after that, it was pretty much over. Once you get a massive lead like that, it's incredibly hard to do much of anything. But, of course, Ashlyn Strother, starting pitcher, one of the best in the game. She shut it down almost immediately and didn't give Trinity much of a chance at all there.
And that'll be it for just a little bit here on the Tiger Network as we set up for game 2. We'll have a bit of a break for this doubleheader. Come back in about 30-ish minutes, I believe, although we ended a bit early maybe. And we'll be back for around maybe a 7:10 start time for game 2. Stay tuned on the Tiger Network. I'm Reed Rosales. And for Caleb Reed, we will see you hopefully in about 30 minutes. Game 2 of the doubleheader about to be underway here in San Antonio. Jordan Arcee is in the circle for the Tigers this time. 1-6 record, 7.66 ERA, 2.08 WHIP, 38 strikeouts, but the biggest stat to keep your eye on, 54 walks allowed. Arcee maybe not having the best control, but her last outing, 1 inning, didn't allow a run, no strikeouts, allowed 1 walk in Game 2 against St. Thomas. Arcee will be the one that the Tigers call upon here, as there are some defensive differences. Lloyd is behind home plate now in place of Abigail Miller. Leah Gonzalez will be the flex out in left field. Arcee will be hitting for herself, so Debussy's designated player duties are for Leah Gonzalez. We will start off like we did last time with Kaylee Clark, who is just absolutely going off in Game 1. Let it be known that don't go 5 for 5 against the Tigers. He went 4 for 5. But now, for Clark, trying to get things started once again, as she did in Game 1. As she steps in to the box, and we will get the first pitch of Game 2 from Arcee. The delivery? Not in there, and the ball is out of Lloyd's hand. As Kaylee Clark out of Montgomery, Texas, the Lake Creek High School product. See that high batting average. She's truly one of a kind. A great successor to Kelly Jordan. That one's in there for a strike. 1-1 count for Clark.
You mentioned Arcee's control issues. She does lead the team in terms of walks allowed. However, she also leads the team in strikeouts. 38 strikeouts, 6.02 K per 7 here in this season. And she's been mainly a closer, 19 appearances and 7 starts. Has gotten a save, though, this season. But, yeah, leads the team in strikeouts. So even though she does have a bit of issues with walking pitches, she has also managed to get a whole lot of strikeouts as well.
Arcee's pitch, that one hit over, and a quick put out as Salcedo gets it over to Williams. And you have to be fast if you want to get Kaylee Clark out. And the Tigers certainly were. Game already off to a better start for the Tigers. They're able to get the leadoff runner out. But no rest for the weary, as Lindsay Leal, once again the 2-hole hitter for the Bulldogs, looks to take another swing, this time at Arcee. First delivery, not in there, ball 1. The other defensive change is that Peyton Bowser will be playing third base for the Tigers now, since Lloyd is playing catcher. Lindsay Leal, Corpus Christi, Texas. That one's in there for a strike. 1-1 count.
All ones here, 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike here in the here in inning number 1.
Arcee's pitch, bunted in the air, and Bowser is the one who gets it. As that'll be a quick 2 outs for the Tigers. The bunt attempt going awry. Bowser jumps on it very fast as Madison Johnson will try and do some damage. She did well in the last game, looking to do even better this one. Swings through that one for strike 1. As Maddie Johnson out of Round Rock, Texas, Round Rock High School, another player with a very high batting average. But that just seems to be the norm if you're TLU. Watches that one for a ball, 1-1 count. As there is not much change in the TLU batting order other than Kylie Jack getting the start this time in the 7-hole position, as Maddie fouls that one back. 1-2 count. Arcee looking to have a better start for her team. As last time, things got out of hand very quickly in the first inning, but 2 outs already. 1-2 count to Maddie Johnson. We'll see what RC has dialed up here. Not in there. 2-2 count to the 3-hole hitter. As RC looking to put away things here in the first. That one hit out into left field. Gonzalez going over there, but that one will be foul. And the power hitter, Serena Gonzalez, on deck for the Bulldogs. The Tigers definitely don't want to have her taking swings with players on base. As you see, that one is fouled off, showing off Johnson's strength right there.
Great job there by by Gonzalez ranging over.
That one, a diving catch by Marina de la Luna. She's a leader on the infield for a reason. An incredible play. Wow, and that'll be quite the end of the first as the Bulldogs go 1-2-3, something that they didn't do at all last game. So a better start for the Tigers this time. We will take a small break here on the Tiger Network as we head to the bottom of the frame. In the circle for the Bulldogs, Amanda White. Record of 9-3, a 1.89 ERA, 0.85 whip, 61 strikeouts to 9 walks. In her last appearance, she got the win in Game 2 against Southwestern with 2 innings pitched, no runs allowed, and 4 strikeouts. Similar start for the Tigers as the batting order is very, very similar. Mark Governor only means one thing. Jesse Lloyd is stepping up to the plate once again, as we will see how Amanda White fares against the Tigers. The only TLU pitcher with losses on her record. So if the Tigers want to strike at somebody, it would be Amanda White. But even with those 3 losses, she is still an absolutely dominant pitcher. One of those losses came to a Division II team in the local San Antonio College St. Mary's. As that one is fouled off. Lloyd, leadoff hitter for the Tigers, at one point had a streak of getting on base 16 consecutive games. Looking to start a new streak, but right now 0-2 count. White's pitch. That one is tapped foul. As the wind blowing in a little bit, but not too strong.
Trinity facing both of TLU's senior leadership here at the pitcher position. Of course, faced Strother to start.
That one grounded, and Clark just way, way too fast. Gets there in a flash. Able to get to Hernandez for the first out of the inning.
Strother to start Game 1, and now facing the other senior in White in Game 2.
The senior pitching is something that Coach Wilson said that they have come to rely on. As Hayden Del Toro, the first year, 2-hole hitter trying to get things started for the Tigers, but watches that one for a strike. And it has been the senior pitching staff that has done so well. They are absolutely dominant in the circle. That one is fouled off. And it is quite impressive what this pitching staff has been able to accomplish this year. A 28-3 record after the last game. They are looking to make it 29-3. They're having a great season for themselves so far. That one outside. 1-2 count for Del Toro.
TLU has been relying on their upper-class leadership pretty much all season. The only players to start games for this team, of course, Strother, White, and Sydney Willette, a junior. Jalen Ornelas and Caitlin Howard, both freshmen, have not started a game yet for TLU this season.
That one out fouled as Amanda White battling along with Del Toro. 2-4, 2-2 is the count as White's pitch poked foul as the Tigers remaining pesky against White. Amanda White looking to continue her good year as Wilson says he wants players who can win, and he believes that he has them. That one out into right, caught in foul territory. And that will bring up the 3-hole hitter, Dawson Debussy. Dawson Debussy looking to take her first swing at Amanda White. Dawson Debussy out of Dallas, Texas, is the second in this alliterative lineup for the Tigers that goes Del Toro, Debussy, De La Luna. 2 outs in the inning as Debussy will try to extend it for her team. Swings through that one, though, as that one came inside. Debussy swung right through it. 1-1 count.
Debussy leads the team in batting average so far at a 407. Incredible consistency there by her.
She hits that one off herself, it looked like. Maybe it fouled just in front of her. One of the greatest misnomers in sports is the sport being called softball, because that ball is anything but soft. It really, really hurts to get hit by a softball, speaking from personal experience. That one misses as we will have a 2-2 count as Dawson Debussy trying to keep things going. Shaking off a pitch. White likes that one. And she gets Debussy on that one. A strikeout for Amanda White as that will end the first inning. We'll take a quick break here on the Tiger Network as we head into the top of the second as we are knotted 0-0 here in Game 2. And we are back here in San Antonio. And you know Serena Gonzalez is a power hitter when she is doing practice swings with not one, but 2 bats. Gonzalez leading the team in home runs. She knows how to take one deep. So we'll see how much luck RC has against her, as it is first year versus first year right now in the top of the second. RC, first delivery, swing and a miss. Serena Gonzalez also out of Corpus Christi. So multiple players from Corpus Christi on the field as RC looking to do another solid inning of work for the Tigers. Swing and a miss there. And Gonzalez is quickly down 0-2 to RC.
along with those 8 home runs, Gonzalez has 33 hits. So even if she doesn't knock it out of the park, she is still a pretty big power bat threat. 6 doubles as well so far this season for an 8.29 slugging percentage.
That one is too high. That will bring the count 1-2. And she really is the power hitter because only 3 players on this TLU team, despite scoring so many runs, only 3 players on the team have home runs at all. So they love playing small ball. That one is swung through but fouled off. So a 1-2 count will remain as Gonzalez trying to figure out Jordan Arce. You see that powerful batting stance that she has. The pitch from Arce. Not in there. A 2-2 count as things even up here. Arce looking to have a stellar performance. Her pitch, that one knocked out into right field, where Carson Lee takes it in. And Gonzalez is retired, but you saw how powerful she is right there.
Broke the bat.
Broke the bat. Well, that's how you know a batter is really, really strong if they're breaking bats. And Bailey Hudgens, another senior for this TLU squad, stepping up to the plate now. Hits that one out to right field. And Lee ranging back a little bit. Lee getting some work out there in right field as Bailey Hudgens is retired very quickly. As Laura Hernandez will try and prevent her team from going 1-2-3 again. As Arce having a much more success against this dangerous lineup than her predecessors did. That one too low, ball 1. As Hernandez doesn't swing at that one. Arce has the pitch she wants. Her delivery swung through, was tapped foul back. So a 1-1 count for Hernandez out of Ridgepoint High School. We will see how TLU can end this inning, because right now they haven't done much on offense, which is surprising. That one out into right field, and Carson Lee, why don't you just do the entire inning for us? She gets all 3 outs as we will head into the bottom of the second. Nobody has scored yet, so we will take a quick break here on the Tiger Network, and we'll see if the Tigers can start things off in the bottom of the second. We're back in San Antonio as Marina De La Luna will take her first swings at Amanda White. De La Luna out of Concord, California, trying to get things started for the Tigers here in the bottom of the second. That one not in there, ball 1, as no team has done anything on offense so far.
Zeros all across the board. 0 hits, 0 people on base. It's been a very slow start to this game, especially considering the way that TLU got it started earlier on in the day. in game number 1.
And TLU, of course, dominating game 1. As De La Luna fouls that one back. The Tigers trying to get back on their feet here. As De La Luna receiving instructions from the dugout on where to hit it that way. 1-2 count for De La Luna, who is tied for the program record for home runs. That one not in there. That is another ball. And she is tied at 15 career home runs with Caitlin Dykes. That one fouled back as De La Luna is just staying alive. TLU fans have more reason to be happy as the TLU baseball team is currently dominating Austin College over in Seguin, leading 7-0 over the Roos. Next pitch from White, not in there. A juiced count for De La Luna as she'll try to find her way on base. Amanda White looking for one she likes. The pitch. And De La Luna hits that one out into left center field, and it's gone! Everyone bow down to the new queen of home runs at Trinity University. She absolutely rocked that one out into left center field. What an incredible moment. The Tigers will lead it 1-0. And that one shot out of a cannon. Wow. You just witnessed history, folks. Look at that one. It's high, it's deep, it's gone. Marina De La Luna, the home run record. It's all yours.
Absolutely incredible there by De La Luna. Gets her 3rd home run of the season, and she got all of that one in that shot to left center.
That one in there for a strike for Jordan Williams. I don't know how you follow that one up. So Jordan Williams trying to continue the inning here for the Tigers. That one misses again. Amanda White trying to rebound there. 1-1 count to Williams. Next pitch, swing and a miss as Williams has a 1-2 count now. Jordan Williams out of Clayton, California, Valley Charter High School product. Trying to continue to keep things going against the Bulldogs. And it seems like if you're the Tigers, if you're going to win, it's going to be in a close game.
Definitely. And, I mean, that has been Trinity's struggle all season, close games. They've lost a number of games in one-run games, two-run games, particularly towards the final 2 innings. So they need to maintain this lead, but also they need to stay on their toes in the 6th and 7th in order to not let TLU get even a sniff of hope. Because as we saw last game, once the Bulldogs get a hold, they do not let go.
They do not let go of Jordan Williams as she strikes out there. Amanda White bouncing right back. That'll be the first out of the inning as Carson Lee, another batter with a lot of power, will try and take her first swings at Amanda White. She hits that one out into center field, and an amazing diving catch by Kay in center field. Oh, they're going to say it's not a catch. Nope, they will say it's a catch. All right. Annie Kay catches it out in center field. Lee is retired. A great catch by Kay. A little confused for a second because Lee just stayed on first base. Maybe she thought it hit the ground, but amazing defense by TLU as to be expected. That one in their first strike for Peyton Bowser, the 7-hole hitter.
You mentioned last half inning how TLU, despite scoring so many runs, does not score a lot of home runs. They also don't allow a lot of home runs. Only 1, now 2 home runs allowed this season by the TLU pitching staff, and both of them, interestingly, allowed by White.
And Peyton Bowser out of Arvada, Colorado. West High School product. 2-1 count to her as the Tigers looking to steal the rare game from TLU. That one out into left center field. 3 fielders going after it. The ball's taken in, but that one could have been trouble. That'll end the second inning. But De La Luna, Queen of the Hill now for Trinity University in the home run category. We will take a quick break as the Bulldogs will try and strike back in the top of the third. And we are back in San Antonio as Kylie Jack will start things off for the Bulldogs, the 7-hole hitter, as the Bulldogs are going to try and not go 1, 2, 3. They've done it 2 innings in a row now as we enter the top of the third. Jack did not start the game in game 1, but she will start in game 2. We'll see how she fares against RC, who has made quick work of the Bulldogs so far, as that one misses for a ball. And Jack out of Richwood, Texas. And for RC, that pitch grounded over to Saucedo, and another quick put out. First out of the inning. RC continuing her good streak as Bella Rodriguez will come up, the 8-hole hitter, to try and put the first hit of the game for TLU on the board. As right now, RC has just kind of had her way with the Bulldogs. That one in there for a strike, just painting the corner. RC, stellar first 2 innings, looking to have a stellar third.
Rodriguez really likes swinging that bat. 5 strikeouts so far this season, only 3 walks taken. However, along with that swinging, she does have 3 doubles, so it can definitely be a threat if she puts that one somewhere into the gap, can easily get it to second.
1-2 count for Rodriguez. As you see on your screen, a great shot of Rodriguez. We have to thank all the student workers who came out to work this game for the Tiger Network. That one tapped and fouled back. None of this is possible without the people working the cameras, the people back in the control room working replay and the switchboard. Just a big shout out to all of them, because without their help, the biggest series of the season for Trinity wouldn't look this good. As that one out into right field, they try to throw it into first, but Rodriguez just too fast.
The base hit for Isabella Rodriguez.
As we will get the 9-hole hitter, Annie Kay, who will try to get the first base runner for the Bulldogs across home plate and strike back. RC's perfect game and no-hitter broken up. That one out in the right field, but it is foul.
Rodriguez has stolen 3 bags so far this season, so not anywhere near the levels of Kaylee Clark, but could still be, you know, a little bit of a risk on the base paths.
And that is what TLU does to teams. They get them with their speed. That one in there for a strike. When anyone on the team can steal, the catcher always has to be at their highest senses to try and predict when they're going to go for it. Next pitch from RC. Fouled back. 0-2 count for Annie K. As RC trying to put maybe a double play ball. The Tigers are second in the nation in turning double plays. So it is something that they do quite a bit. Pitch from RC. Very close. And the steal attempt. Not in time. Well, the throw was in time, but just a little offline. And that'll be a stolen base for Rodriguez. Runner in scoring position now for the Bulldogs as the 1-2 count remains. RC thinks she has a good one. That one doesn't hit the zone as the count evens up at 2-2.
TLU heading into this series swiped 114 bags, now 115, while only allowing 8. So incredible offensive and defensive production by the Bulldogs in terms of not only having weapons that can do it, but also neutralizing opponents' weapons who can do the exact same thing.
And the last time the Tigers and Bulldogs played was in the SCAC conference tournament in the championship game. The Bulldogs, of course, went on to win the SCAC championship and getting that automatic qualifier. They didn't really need it anyways. They were good enough to get in that large. That is a full count for Annie K. Rears itself in front of RC. The Bulldogs are looking to continue their dominance over the Tigers. It'll be a walk for K as we head to the back to the top of the order with Kaylee Clark, who's 0 for 1 today, trying to do some damage once again, the damage that she does so unbelievably well, as the Bulldogs are threatening to score here in the top of the third.
Whenever it comes to running on the base paths, Clark may only be limited by the speed of those in front of her. She is lightning quick, not just in terms of stealing bags, but also trying to stretch out some extra base hits as well.
And this rivalry may be a bit one-sided as TLU holds the win amount over the Tigers. They are 43-7 against the Tigers all time. And they've only lost one game against the Tigers since they joined the SCAC. So the Tigers looking to do something that they don't do too often and steal one from TLU, who are, well, they are the big dogs in the conference. RC's next pitch. In there for a strike. As Rodriguez on second and K on first. Looking to get the go-ahead by Clark, putting one out anywhere. RC, the delivery. That one fouled back. As we have some audio technical issues.
Something on the speakers started popping as soon as that ball got hit. Not entirely sure what happened there.
Little did we know that we actually put a mic on that bat. So Clark with the explosive bat trying to do something. 2-2 count. That one not in there. Full count to Clark. And Clark is a batter that teams try to avoid pitching to at all costs because she is just so darn effective at putting the ball in play.
In order to reduce weight on the players, teams decided to start using the bat in order to put the microphones for their mic'd up segment.
Exactly. Oh, And Clark will strike out. But both Bulldogs taking their base. As we have 2 outs, but runners on second and third. Lindsay Leal trying to score both of them. But big strikeout, as Clark will no longer be on the base paths. That one misses, ball 1.
RC extends her lead over the rest of the Trinity Tigers. 38 strikeouts so far this season. Best over Emily Betcher with with 18 heading into this series.
That one too low, ball 2. Interesting sequence of events as Clark, I don't think, expected to strike out there. And both runners, good base running by the Bulldogs to take the bases anyways. Because now you don't have the force out anywhere except for first base. That one's in there for a strike. 2-1 count for Lindsay Leal, who is also a very fast base runner. She can get to second base in a flash as well. Looking to put something into the outfield as RC faces trouble. That one fouled off. 2-2 count.
Leal just a double on her scorecard so far this season heading into this series. 28 hits, 27 runs scored. She's also gotten on base 14 times thanks to walks.
And you see Leal on your screen for just a little bit. She grounds that one over to Saucedo, who can't handle it. And the error by Saucedo, that will allow a run to come across, and we are tied up 1-1 in San Antonio. That one just ate Saucedo up. And now Leal on first, Kay on third, as Coach Martin coming out to the circle.
That's going to be Alexis Saucedo's 5th error so far of the season. And as you're coming closer towards the end of the season, those are things that you really do not want to see. Of course, it hurts in any sort of context, but especially in such a close matchup as this, allows the run to score against an SCAC opponent that you had the lead against, and now it's a tie ball game. But also, just on top of that, it really hurts towards the end of the year.
Towards the end of the year, where the Tigers find themselves in a precarious situation in the standings. Taking a game against DLU would be huge for them. They have a 1-game lead over Austin College, who is in 7th place, as Maddie Johnson steps up to the dish once again for the Bulldogs. So a win here would be big, because right now, the Bulldogs, who are they may have even clinched a spot in the conference tournament, but they're at least guaranteed one at this point. As Leal goes to second, trying to distract Lloyd. She will take second base. Classic game plan there. Have the runner go to second, and if they throw it over there, just steal or just take home with your third base runner. But Trinity having to play Dallas and Austin College. Grounded to Bowser. And that'll end the inning, but the damage has been done. We are all tied up once again, 1-1 in San Antonio, as the unearned run comes in. We will take a quick break on the Tiger Network as we head to the bottom of the third.
The pitcher, number 24,
Jordan Arce
Arce.
looking to get a hit of her own as she's been pitching this game. She's a good two-way player as Amanda White serves her a strike to start things off here in the bottom of the third. As the Tigers' only hit so far has been De La Luna's shot in to left center field.
Arce is a batter, 267 average, 756 OPS. Does have a triple that is tied for the lead on the TLU team. Also a double, on the Trinity team, my bad. Does have a double and is not afraid to sacrifice herself as well. Does have 4 sack bunts, but she is an underrated speed threat. 5 stolen bases off of 6 attempts so far this year.
And showing off the patience right now, 2-2 count. The Tigers have drawn 79 walks. That's good for 51st in the country. As White's pitch in there, and Arce will get rung up as Amanda White adds another strikeout to her name. As Alexa Saucedo, the 9-hole batter, will try and do a little bit better. Big start-off strikeout for White after giving the home run up in the last inning. That one too close, and that will be a 1-0 count. Swing and a miss. 1-1 count, and Saucedo, this is the second pitcher that she's seen because in game 1 she didn't even get to see Strother. By the time Strother was taken out, she hadn't even had her first at-bat yet. She swings through that one. 1-2 count as the Bulldogs trying to shut down the TU momentum. That one misses, 2-2 count. And Coach Wilson telling me that sometimes the Bulldogs do play down to competition and that coaches do talk about conference teams that they should win against, as Saucedo swings and misses through that one. That'll be 2 strikeouts in the inning for White. And he says, in conference play, anything can happen. I don't care who you are, anything can happen. With Jessie Lloyd coming up, she'll try to make some more magic happen for the Tigers.
One thing that I've been noticing, looking at the way that White and the catcher Rodriguez are working, you can see Rodriguez is really telegraphing where the ball is going based on where she's setting up. Of course, standing at around 5'2", she does kind of have to move around a little bit more than other players, perhaps at her position, that are a bit taller. Not sure if that's really affecting the batting too much, but you can see she really throws her whole body into her set.
And that will end the inning as the weak grounder over to Kylie Jack gets it over to Hernandez. That'll end the third. We are still tied here in San Antonio, 1-1. As we head to the top of the fourth, we will take a quick break here on the Tiger Network, as leading off for the Bulldogs will be Serena Gonzalez. We'll see how she does when we come back from this break. Top of the fourth, Serena Gonzalez, the cleanup hitter for the Bulldogs, trying to get on base for the first time today, as the top of the order has uncharacteristically been held hitless against RC. Takes that one out into center field, deep center field. It takes a long run for Del Toro to get it out in center field, but she does. So Gonzalez will be retired on one pitch as Bailey Hudgens step on up to the Oche for the Bulldogs. RC looking to continue her good performance. And RC's pitch, too high. Not in the zone, and too high for Lloyd. 1-1 count for Hudgens.
Del Toro's been absolutely fantastic, not just from a batting standpoint, but also from a fielding standpoint. Only one error so far this season from her position in center field, and she is only a freshman, so she's going to have, hopefully, a very good career. Obviously, career off to a great start here at Trinity so far in her first season, and she has made a definite impact in her early days with the Tigers.
That one not in there. 3-0 count for Hudgens, who Coach Wilson just told me is an amazing person, an amazing player. She has her hand in everything on campus. And the Black and Gold President's Council over in TLU. And her patience gets her a free pass to first base, as RC will issue her with a walk. And according to Coach Wilson, in the choir over at TLU, a very good singer as well. So a person of many talents who is probably going to get pinch ran for. Seems that will be the case. Number 27 will pinch
That's going to
run.
be Kirsten Williams, the senior outfielder out of Pearland. And you mentioned the multi-talented thing. That's something that you see a lot more at smaller schools than you would at bigger schools, mainly because there aren't as many students, so students do more. There's more room for things. Not everybody is, you know, a D1 talent at every single thing, so you see
That one flied out into right field. Carson Lee ranges over to get it.
So you end up seeing players doing multiple sports, students being in multiple organizations instead of students being more specialized as they would in a D1 school or a D2 school. You see players becoming a bit more jack of all trades at smaller D3 schools.
After Laura Hernandez goes down quietly, Kylie Jack watches as the steal attempt is successful. Williams swipes another bag for herself. Nothing that the Tigers could do there, and the Bulldogs have another runner in scoring position with 2 outs in the top of the fourth.
That is something that Trinity has struggled with. Trinity has allowed, heading into this series, 104 stolen bases. Obviously, TLU has spiked that number significantly, but still, it is very interesting to see how much Trinity struggles, particularly whenever it comes to defending stolen bases, but also they don't really have a lot of their own to show for it.
It's been a while since Trinity has had the person to go out and steal bases. But for TLU, it's been almost to be expected. They've led the nation in stolen bases as a team and with players for the past 5 years. RC's next pitch, that one fouled into left field. 1-2 count for Kylie Jack. So with TLU, you just have such consistency in their danger on the base paths. It's really quite incredible to watch. As RC looking to put away Jack. That one doesn't hit the zone, says the home plate umpire. 2-2 count. All even up now.
You won't be able to see it very much on your screens, but the sun is starting to go down. Thankfully, due to the positioning of the softball field here at Trinity, it doesn't look like it's going to...
That one lands in right center field. That'll score Williams as Kylie Jack will have a double.
RBI double, Kylie Jack.
Even with the shift out in center field with Del Toro playing well to the right. Well, from our perspective, well to the right anyways. That was not enough
Catcher number 21, Isabella Rodriguez.
as TLU will take back the lead 2-1.
Going back to what I was saying there before that hit, thankfully due to the positioning of the softball field here on the Trinity campus, there's a lot of trees around, a lot of buildings around, so the setting sun won't really throw as much of an issue up for the softball players as it would a football or a baseball player, but still it could be a bit of a different environment here for the Trinity defenders as the LED lights have started to come on.
Bella Rodriguez trying to do some damage of her own. Has herself an 0-2 count. Trying to bring home Jack from second base. RC trying to limit the damage. That one hits the turf. The throw to third, not in time. Jack goes to third as the ball just not getting to Lloyd before hitting the ground. Runner on third for TLU. 2 outs in the inning. RC with the delivery. That one just lands. An infield blooper will be a hit. And that'll score another run. 3-1 now as the Bulldogs extend their lead. That one just hit in the exact right place for Rodriguez. Just over the head of RC and just too far in front of De La Luna.
Center fielder number 24, Annie Kay.
As Annie Kay steps back up to the plate for the Bulldogs. Walked her first time up. Swings through that one. 0-1 count.
After being just one pitch away from getting out of the inning, Trinity has allowed 2 runs. They cannot allow this game to start getting out of hand, because as we saw last game and as we're seeing right now, once TLU bites in, they are not going to be letting go anytime soon. They have the ability to just run away with games.
And it is a game that the Tigers want to play close, not wanting to get into a slugging contest. As if they did, that is one that the Bulldogs are very likely to win. And Kay with a 2-1 count being faced by her with Rodriguez on first base. Takes that one. 3-1 count now. RC trying to get out of this one. She's had 2 outs for a while. Okay. Looking for a hit. And that'll be another free pass for Kay. Runners on first and second now for TLU.
Order, second baseman number 7, Kaylee Clark.
As Kaylee Clark, the speedy freshman, is 0 for 2 today, wanting to get on base. We'll see if she has cracked the code that RC has set.
After going 4 for 5 last game, seeing her going 0 for 2 right here to start as we're in the top of the 4th inning is really surprising. She hit a double, then 2 singles, then another double in the last game, and now to have gone down on a ground out and or ground out and a strikeout looking very surprising here.
1-1 count for Clark, as she really wants to get in more runs for her team. RC's next delivery. That one hit over to De La Luna, and that one just bounces off De La Luna. And that will be an error. So technically still no hit for Clark, but the bases are loaded nonetheless, as that one just bounced off De La Luna. Not really much more to say about it.
Error number 9 of the season. De La Luna has really struggled. 3 errors so far today. 2 of them in game number 1, and now 1 of them here today. Something that Trinity really needs to avoid, but especially De La Luna playing such a critical position.
And Lindsay Leal, another player who was surprisingly 0 for 2 today, despite a lot of success in game 1. Hits that one over to Wilson. Coach Wilson tried to catch it. Would have been an amazing play, but it just goes foul. Bases loaded for her. She can drive in some runs, as RC wants nothing more than to get out of this one. Next pitch from her. That one misses. 1-2 count for Leal. Rodriguez, Kay, and Clark on the base paths. A good hit will bring all of them home potentially. That one out into left field. And De La Luna running over, and what a great catch. De La Luna showing off her speed there. That'll end the top of the 4th, but a 2-spot put up by the Bulldogs. They take the lead 3-1. Del Toro, Debussy, De La Luna, the alliterative 3, will be due up for the Tigers. As we take a quick break here on the Tiger Network as we move into the bottom of the 4th. Back in San Antonio, Amanda White back in the circle for another inning of work, and Hayden Del Toro trying to take the Bulldogs by the horns here in the bottom of the 4th. As White will start her off with the pitch too low. 1-0 count for Del Toro, who was 0 for 1 today. Had a foul fly out over in the right field. She sends a bullet foul into left. A 1-1 count now for Del Toro. As White is also having a stellar performance in the circle. Del Toro, Leal with the throw, and Hernandez cannot pick it. It was grounded over to Leal, and when the throw over to Hernandez, Hernandez just couldn't pick it out of the turf. That'll be a base hit for Del Toro.
Del Toro did a really good job of getting contact on that ball, but also using that speed. Again, Del Toro leads the team in steals, 7 heading into this game off of 9 attempts, and she used that speed again to be able to leg out that throw.
Dawson Debussy coming up to the Imperial March, trying to march on with her team with Del Toro on first. Swing and a miss. 0-1 count. As Debussy takes that one for a ball. is a 1-2 count. My apologies. And Debussy with the highest average on the team, looking to maintain that lead over her fellow Tiger teammates. In this alliterative lineup, this alliterative part of the lineup, that goes Del Toro, Debussy, De La Luna. De La Luna on deck for the Tigers. The pitch, that one out into right field. It is foul. Johnson really running to try and make a play on that one. Got very close to it, actually, but it just fell right in front of her. As the 1-2 count remains. White trying to put away Debussy. That one does not hit the zone, and the count evens up at 2-2.
Something that I've just now noticed, I can't remember if it was early on in this game or last game, game number 1, but you mentioned...
And that one gets down for a hit. Del Toro will go to second. And that one just falling in front of Maddie Johnson. And the final player of the alliterative lineup, De La Luna, who had the home run that broke the record, will come up with a runner in scoring position. As we have a pinch runner. Maybe we have a pinch runner? Just want to make everything clear here. We will have a pinch runner. That will be as number 33, Leah Gonzalez.
But yeah, speaking of De La Luna, you mentioned either last game or early on in this game, nobody had hit, no Tigers had hit a home run here at this field since the resurfacing, and now De La Luna not only breaks the record for career home runs at Trinity, but also gets the honor of being the first player here on this brandly, on this newly resurfaced field to get a home run.
She pops that one out over to Kylie Jack. That'll be the first out of the inning.
Batting fifth, first baseman number 24, Jordan Williams.
As Jordan Williams will try and drive in another run for the Tigers. As Del Toro stands on second, Gonzalez stands on first. That one misses for a ball. 1-0 count. As that RBI that De La Luna got from that home run, that RBI being herself, will put her 12th all-time in RBI for the Tigers as well. She's behind Rachel Hansen, but ahead, passing Karen McPherson and Marissa Trevino.
Interesting choice to go with Gonzalez there on first base for the pinch runner. Gonzalez only has attempted to steal once, of course has been successful on that one attempt so far this season, but doesn't really have a ton of speed, only one double so far this season, so not a lot of extra base hits, not a lot of steals, kind of an interesting choice. Of course there is that runner on second to kind of serve as the stopgap, but still surprised that the coaches did not go with someone a little bit quicker, like maybe Angela Balsall, who has stolen 3 bases so far this year.
And Jordan Williams, another bat with power, fouls that one off. As Williams will receive instructions from the dugout on which way to hit. Has the juiced count with runners on second and first. And a White trying to get out of this one. Swing and a miss. That'll be Williams' second strikeout. As Amanda White will have 2 outs in the inning. As Carson Lee will step up once again for the Tigers. 0 for 1 today. There will be a meeting in the circle for the Bulldogs to talk things over. As Leal trying to tie her shoe and then get into the meeting, but could not tie her shoe in time. Fast on the base paths, not fast at tying her shoes.
I'm not sure if they were able to see that because of the foul netting pole.
And now Carson Lee takes that one for a strike. As Amanda White trying to get out of the inning. The pitch misses the zone. And Carson Lee getting her name in the Trinity record books. She went 4 for 4 against Centenary in Game 2. Just the 8th player in Trinity history to have a 4 for 4 or better performance. She skies that one, though. And that one will be taken in by Clark. That'll end the inning. Tigers strand 2 runners as we head to the top of the 5th. The Bulldogs maintain their 3-1 lead. We'll take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. Top of the 5th in San Antonio as Maddie Johnson will start things off here for the Bulldogs. Johnson is 0 for 2 today. As top of the order, struggling against RC. Yet they still find ways to drive in runs. As that one launched out into center field. No amount of speed could get to that one, and Maddie Johnson will have a leadoff double here in the top of the 5th. Del Toro could not get there in time, as that one was that was a missile.
Johnson has a surprising power bat there. 10 doubles now so far this season. Leads the team. And yeah, honestly very surprising to see that it is not the current player up to bat in the form of Gonzalez.
Gonzalez leading the team in home runs. Will swing through that one. Strike one. As the TLU offense starting to find its groove once again. Most of the runs coming across self-inflicted wounds. Runners getting on in the form of walks. RC trying to keep the control up. That one is skied. We'll see if that one's in play. And is it caught? It is not caught, as Lloyd and RC and Williams all collide in a 3-way collision trying to catch the ball. Lloyd had the ball pop out of her glove, and someone tried to get it, but ultimately it fell to the ground. Good for Gonzalez. She gets another chance to swing the bat. As RC with an 0-2 count to work with. Has that one be lined into left field, and that one is fair. That'll score a run. As Maddie Johnson comes around to score. And that one must have landed right on the line. A good, strong hit by Gonzalez. Just driving in another run, and that's just what she does best.
Serena Gonzalez, double number 7. And now that's going to be RBI 37, I believe. She did have some in the game earlier, and the stats haven't updated yet. So,
And we will have a pitching change for the Tigers in the form of Brooke Porter coming in to relieve Jordan Arce. We will take a quick break here on the Tiger Network as we let Porter warm up. The new face in the circle for the Tigers, Brooke Porter. 2-2 record, 6.09 ERA, 1.97 WHIP. Last outing, 2 1/3 inning pitched against St. Thomas in Game 1. She allowed 1 run in that outing. She'll try to shut things down here for the Tigers, as it is 4-1 in favor of the Bulldogs. Tigers trying to stop the bleeding here, as we will straighten things out. Jordan Arce heads back out into left field, replacing Leah Gonzalez.
Porter, the junior right-hander out of Carmel, Indiana, 6.09 ERA so far this season. Has appeared in 17 games, only started 1, so she's definitely a closer. 34 innings pitched so far this season, has allowed 11.7 hits per 7 innings. That is the highest among all of the Trinity pitchers, hoping obviously to avoid that here tonight. Does have a 165 K per 7, which is also the lowest of all of the Trinity pitchers here. Has faced 152 batters so far this season.
2-out count for Bailey Hudgens. Becomes a 2-1 count. Hudgens out of Dripping Springs, Texas. Dripping Springs high school product. She's having a great year for herself. And with this appearance, Brooke Porter will tie Lauren Mercado in all-time appearances. That one sent out into center field. A can of corn for Del Toro, but Russell will tag up and head over to third as we had a pinch runner come in for Gonzalez. That is Harley Russell in her stead. But Laura Hernandez trying to bring the runner home now. 1 out in the top of the 5th. That one misses. 1-0 count. That'll make Brooke Porter tied for 17th in appearances. That one in there for a strike. 1-1 count. And earlier in the day, Emery Betcher's appearance ties her with Helen Thompson. That one is fouled off. 47 appearances for Betcher in her career. She's tied for 12th now. And as we are quickly winding down towards the end of the season, things just becoming a bit more serious, as now that is a big swing and a miss for Hernandez. That'll be the Second out of the inning as Porter gets her swinging. For Kylie Jack to step up, the 7-hole hitter, trying to drive in Russell from third. And the delivery from Porter. Too high, ball 1.
Kylie Jack, 5 RBIs so far this season off of 5 hits. She does know how to work whenever runners are in scoring position. However, she's hoping to get a few runs herself as well. 9 scored so far this year. Has gotten on base 15 times so far this season.
Jack hits that one, and a diving Jordan Williams does not prevent it from being foul. With Russell still on third. Kylie Jack had a big double earlier on to drive in a run. She'll try to do more of the same as a 3-1 count is what she will have. See if Wilson gives Jack the go-ahead. Pitch from Porter. Misses, and Jack is given a free base. She'll head on over to first as we go to Bella Rodriguez, who's 2 for 2 today.
Batting ace, the catcher, number 21, Isabella Rodriguez.
And things slowly unraveling for the Tigers. We'll see if they can stop the runs from coming in. They have 2 outs in the inning. They have a force out at second and first. And the throw over to second. The run comes in, and we'll see if Jack can get out of the pickle. She gets tagged. And the run will score because Russell made it there way before Jack was tagged out. It'll be a 5-1 lead for the Bulldogs heading into the bottom of the 5th. We will take a quick break here on the Tiger Network to see if the Tigers can work their way out of this deficit. Bottom of the 5th, we'll start with Peyton Bowser as due up in this frame. Bowser, RC Saucedo, as Amanda White starts Bowser off with a strike.
Bowser's 11 hits so far in the season have given her a 282 average, 750 OPS here in the later part of the season.
And Bowser trying to get things started for the Tigers, who have allowed 5 unanswered runs. That one misses. 1-2 count for Bowser.
After allowing that early home run, White has been incredible, managing to shut down the Trinity offense. However, we'll see if it can, or or we'll see if it can continue here as we're in the bottom of the fifth. Maybe some fatigue could be setting in, as that was well inside. Some fatigue could be setting in, as that is going to be White's 66th pitch of this game.
Juiced count for Bowser. She hits that one out in to right field. We'll see if they can get it. And Maddie Johnson is the one who takes it in, as Bowser is retired here in the bottom of the fifth. As Jordan Arcee from the circle to the plate, she will take another swing at Amanda White, who, after giving up the 1 home run to De La Luna, has just been absolutely shut down. That one not in there. 1-0 count to start things off for Arcee. And White's next delivery. Swing and a miss. Arcee wanted a piece of that one, but couldn't quite get it. And for you Bulldog fans, the Bulldogs baseball team winning 11-1 over Austin College. A much-needed win for the baseball team. And for the Tiger fans, top of the sixth in Georgetown, the Tigers leading it 4-1. As Arcee fouls that one back, 2-2 count. Of course, that one is a top of the conference matchup and also a nationally ranked matchup between Southwestern and Trinity. Arcee watches that one, as that one was outside. Juiced count for Arcee, as White trying to get another strikeout to her name. She has 5 on the day so far. Her pitch, she gets her 6th, as Arcee takes a big swing at it, but gets absolutely none of it, as the 9-hole hitter, Alexa Saucedo, will be the one to try and prevent this inning from being 1-2-3. 0 for 1 today.
At the start of the inning, we had a defensive change. Russell is now out there in left field, with Hudgens moving to the defensive player in the batting order.
And the pitch in there for a strike, as Saucedo really wanting to get on base here. 0 for 1 today. She struck out once already. Swing and a miss. 1-2 count.
And White knocking on the door of her 7th now.
Saucy trying to find something to hit. Watches that one. Close take. 2-2 count. It's all even up now.
Saucedo struck out at the top of the third, bottom of the third, hoping to avoid that again here. Has not had the best day so far.
That one hit out into left center field, and that one will get down. A strong hit from Saucedo as she gets a stand-up double with 2 outs on the board. That one just hit a bit too hard for Kay or Russell to get to. And with 2 outs on the board, Jesse Lloyd will try and bring home Saucedo. Lloyd is 0 for 2 today. 2 ground outs to her name. Trying to get an RBI to it. As White looking to shut down the side. Misses that one. 1-0 count. Amanda White has been very, very dominant. Only 4 hits allowed. That only run allowed was the home run, as Lloyd fouls that one off. 1-1 count.
Saucedo's been a pretty good base running threat so far this season. 5 for 6 stolen bases for attempts. So, you know, she definitely can make an impact here. Might try and go for home here if there's a ball poked into that outfield, considering the score. Got to start taking some risks here in the bottom of the 5th, down 4.
The count is 2-1 to the leadoff hitter for the Tigers. That one grounded over to Jack. The throw, no problem this time, as that will end the inning. We head to the top of the 6th with the Bulldogs maintaining their 5-1 advantage over the Tigers. Stay tuned for the 6th inning. We'll take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. Top of the 6th in San Antonio. Porter out for another inning of work, as we have a pinch hitter for the Bulldogs. Reagan Jones hitting .308 on the year. Went 1 for 2 with an RBI in the Southwestern Series. Coming in for Rodriguez. Bella Rodriguez, that is. And now getting into the point where the Bulldogs are seeing that they likely have this one won. It is still a close game, but near the end of it, when you have the pitching staff that the Bulldogs do have, it starts to look better and better if you are a Bulldog fan. Porter, the first offering, is not in the zone. 1-0 count to start off Jones. And Jones, with her first plate appearance here in this game, watches that one. 2-0 count, as Porter trying to do another good inning of work. The Tigers find themselves down 5-1. That one tapped foul. If they want a chance to win this game, they can't allow really any runs here. Porter having a 2-1 count to work with, trying to avoid the dreaded 3-1 count.
Jones is a utility player, has showed up in 12 games so far for TLU as a junior, so not made really the impact that she was looking for. Is that's going to be a hit by pitch.
That one just came in and hit Jones. There'll be a free pass to first base. Definitely not what you want to see if you are Trinity. It looks like we're going to get a pinch runner for Jones. I'm told it is 25. It is 25.
Pinch runner number 25, Riley Futrell.
And as Riley Futrell will be on first base. 4 for 5 in the stealing department. Annie Kay trying to do more damage. She's walked twice, so she doesn't have an at-bat today. As that one, not close to the zone, gets away from Lloyd. And Jones just strolls on over to second. 1-0 count for Kay, as Coach Martin heading out to the circle. talk with Porter. Talking with her one-on-one. No changes made, though. Peyton Bowser giving Porter reassurance. As we have a 1-0 count to Annie Kay. Fudrell at second base. The bunt attempt goes foul. You can see how fast Fudrell was there. Porter trying to still be shut down. Hasn't allowed a run yet, but she hasn't been in the game that much. Could very well allow one here if the ball is hit right.
If successful, that would have been Kay's, just her second successful sacrifice bunt this season. Has not been doing it too much. Leader on the team in that regard is going to be number 21, Isabella Rodriguez, the catcher for TLU.
That one fouled back. 2-2 count for Annie Kay.
As now we're starting to get some wind that's starting to pick up here coming in from center field. Blowing, looks to be towards right. So
And the pitch from Porter misses. A juiced count for Annie Kay. As the Tigers will get to host the SCAC tournament if they make it. That one hit up the middle. And they won't send the runner to home, but Kay will have a single for herself. Good patient hitting there from Annie Kay.
that throw in there by Del Toro was an absolute laser.
You need a rocket launcher on your arm if you want to keep those Bulldogs from coming into home. We go back to the top of the order to the fastest player, Kaylee Clark. 0 for 3 today. Very uncharacteristic. Trying to get on base. And the steal attempt. They allow it as they cut it off as Saucedo comes in. So Kay will take second, and Future will stay at third.
I feel like a grenade launcher is a little bit excessive for home defense, but
It's for the home plate national security here in San Antonio. They don't call San Antonio the military city for no reason, you know. That one lined right over to Williams. That'll be an out.
absolutely fantastic leaping play there by Jordan Williams, just able to use her height to get up there.
And looks like we may have another change coming down the pipe, as Kaylee Clark 0 for 4 today. The Tigers have done much better in keeping her at bay this time around. And number 32, Chloe Wells, will step up to the Oche for the Bulldogs. She did the same thing back in game 1. She's back in game 2. We'll see what she can do.
Liao, the player that Wells is replacing, went 0 for 3, reached on an error, but other than that had 2 flyouts. So perhaps TLU trying to see if Wells can get something going here. Wells, so far this season, does not have a lot of appearances, of course, as a freshman, mainly defensively as a catcher with 17 games to her name.
As we have a 2-0 count now to Wells. The pitch from Porter. That one absolutely launched into right field, but it was foul.
Only about 6 hits. 240 average so far this year, 240 slugging. Does have 4 RBIs and a couple of walks, But other than that, not too many appearances, only 25 plate appearances so far this year.
And Porter with the 2-1 pitch, misses. Hitters count for Wells. See what the signal from Coach Wilson is. Runners on second and third for the Bulldogs with 1 out in the inning. That one's in there for a strike, painting the corner. Juiced count for Wells. As we will have Game 3 of this series tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Be sure to join us for that one. And that one misses, and another free pass, this time given to Wells. The bases will be walked loaded as Leal is coming back to run the bases for Wells. As Matty Johnson, with the bases loaded, will try and do some more damage. And after that Game 3, we will have a JV game that we will also be live to broadcast. That game won't count for official records, but you'll get to see some players who don't normally get to play. So be sure to stay tuned for that as well. As we make sure everything is right here before Johnson steps into the box. Another great look at Matty Johnson. That one misses. Ball 1 to start off Matty Johnson, who is 1 for 3 today. Hit a double in the 5th inning.
The junior out of Round Rock has been really good. 33 hits so far this season. Of course, including the one earlier today to make it her 10th double. She really has an underrated bat on this team, as Leia Gonzalez has taken a whole lot of the attention with that big home run number. But Johnson has been incredibly consistent.
That one hit up the middle. And Miss Consistency stays consistent as she drives in a run. That'll make it 6-1 for the Bulldogs. As the cleanup hitter, Serena Gonzalez, will work with the bases being loaded. Definitely red alerts going off for the Tigers. That is the last person you want to see. The cleanup hitter whose sole job is to clean up the base paths. The Tigers will have a conversation in the circle. Lloyd talking to Porter about how to approach Gonzalez. Only 1 out in the inning still. But with bases loaded, you have a lot of double play opportunities.
Batting fourth, designated player number 40, Serena Gonzalez.
Gonzalez is very good at driving in runs. Watches that one. Ball 1. She drove in a run in the 5th. She's 1 for 3 today. And you can feel the tenseness as Porter pitches to Gonzalez. 1-1 count. Because a good enough swing from Gonzalez could push us into run rule territory. That one hit out into right field. And Lee able to bring it in. The throw to home, not in time. So another run will score. But only 1 run will score. It'll be 7-1 in favor of the Bulldogs. And even though a run did score, maybe a slight sigh of relief there, because with Gonzalez's bat, that one could have easily been taken out of the park. But Bailey Hudgens will try to do some more damage. That one gets away from Lloyd, and a run will come in to score. As it is now 8-1.
Direction batting is Bailey Hudgens.
If Liel comes in to score, if Johnson from third comes in to score, we will be in run rule territory.
And this has been Trinity's problem all year. They just struggle in the final 2 innings.
And that one slapped to Dela Luna, who gets the out at first. And she does. That was a great throw. And Coach Wilson, I think, saying her foot was off the bag. See if we get a replay here to see it. As a quick discussion, they roll out, maintaining the official ruling. That'll end the top of the 6th for the Bulldogs. So we will play a full 7 here in San Antonio. Tigers extend their lead 8-1. As we head to the bottom of the 6th, we will take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. We are back in San Antonio as the alliterative trio due up here for the Tigers. Del Toro, Debussy, De La Luna. As Del Toro fouls that one off. Del Toro 1 for 2 today. And Amanda White has been terrific in this game. That one blemish being that home run by De La Luna. And the pitch being fouled back.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
We'll be playing a full 7 here in San Antonio. Because no matter how many runs the Bulldogs score in the top of the 7th, the home team must get an at-bat. So there will be no run rule victory for the Bulldogs, even though they have had, as of last game now, 13 of them this year, just to show how dominant they've been over their competition. That one too high, 2-2 count.
After that opening home run there, allowed by White, she has only allowed 3 hits, one of those being a double, 6 strikeouts against Trinity. The Tigers have really struggled to get a handle on any of her pitches.
That one is fouled off by Del Toro. 2-2 count. That's number 22. Amanda White tries to put away Del Toro. Del Toro stepping back into the box. The 2-2 pitch from White. Her pitch. Not in there. Juiced count for Del Toro. I'm sure the Tigers would love to get anybody on base. Love to get anybody home again. That one not in there. And the Cypress, Texas batter will head on to first with a free pass as Dawson Debussy will head up to try and advance Del Toro. No outs on the board. They have a lot to work with. She's 1 for 2 today. Had a single in the fourth. Very similar series of events could happen. That one just muscled out into left field. And the exact same thing that happened in the fourth has happened in the bottom of the sixth. Leadoff hit by Del Toro, and then another hit by Debussy as the final of the three Musketeers. De La Luna will try and drive in some more runs. That one's in there for a strike to start off De La Luna.
Caught her looking there on that nice little off-speed one. Rodriguez really liked that one. You could see she popped up as soon as she caught that one.
That one not in there. 1-1 count for De La Luna. Had that home run in the second. And she has broken the record at a much faster pace. Dykes set the record in her 148th game. This is De La Luna's, if I have my count correct, either 101st or 102nd game. So still has a lot of games left in her. She's only a junior, so her senior year will be dedicated to extending that record as far as she can. That one blooped, gets down, and hoping it goes foul, and it will go foul. And a smart move by Kylie Jack to let that one roll foul. She knew she couldn't throw out De La Luna, so she just let it roll foul. Some good baseball IQ from Jack. Some good softball IQ from Jack, I should say. My apologies.
Responding to your last thing, this game is Mariana De La Luna's 102nd career game, 100th start.
That one swung on and missed, as that will be the 7th strikeout for Amanda White. As Jordan Williams tried to avoid the dreaded hat trick. She struck out twice already. That one in there for a strike. 0-1 count for Williams, the Valley Charter High School product. Debussy and Del Toro on the base paths. Again, another very similar situation to what we saw in the fourth, where we had Del Toro and Debussy get on base. De La Luna not being able to advance them. Now Williams with a 1-1 count, trying not to repeat a strikeout. That one misses. 2-1 count. One out in the inning. The Tigers trying to work out of this deep deficit. That one inside. 3-1 count for Williams. Trying to draw another walk. Something that she is very adept at doing. That one is fouled off. Juiced count for Williams, as Carson Lee on deck for the Tigers. Williams taking her time to step back into the box. You see the focus. That one's tapped foul. Staying alive. Debussy pointing over to Williams, saying, "You got this." Full count. And the pitch from White. Swung on and missed. And Jordan Williams will have the dreaded hat trick attached to her name, her 3rd strikeout today. And you can see she is not too pleased with that. Carson Lee coming up with runners on 2nd and 3rd out of Flower Mound, Texas. She watches that one go too far inside, ball 1. And everything means a little bit more against TLU. Like Coach Martin said, they hold the key to the conference. They are the gatekeeper. They are the sole reason why the SCAC rarely has 2 teams in the NCAA tournament, because they are usually the ones winning the conference tournament at the end of the year and taking that automatic qualifier. So that one misses. 2-1 count for Lee.
Lee 0 for 2 today, lined out in the second and popped out in the fourth. Hoping to get something going here, as that's going to be a 3-1 count.
3-1 count indeed, as Amanda White trying to shut down the Tigers once again. And that one was crushed into left field. That one would have been straightened out. That one would have been way gone. I didn't even see where that one landed, but
Looks like it bounced on into the tennis courts there. And so now with a 3-2 count, Lee with a chance to get a walk here. She leads the team.
that one's fouled back. Full count for Lee. Lee just showed off her power there. She has a very strong bat. It's got pop. We'll see if she can make use of it. That one hit out into center field, and that one will get down. Del Toro will be heading towards home, and she will come across to score. The Tigers trail at 8-2 now, but a big run scored there after 8 unanswered runs. The Tigers respond, and Debussy on second, Lee on first. Peyton Bowser will try to continue the inning for the Tigers. Swing and a miss to start off Bowser. And it doesn't even need to be flashy, but Lee just being able to play small ball very well. That one misses. 1-1 count. She just put that one into center field in the right place, and that's all you really can ask for from a player, to know your situational at-bats. Bowser fouls that one off. 1-2 count for Peyton Bowser. Trying to extend this inning as far as she can for her team. Pitch swung on and missed. And that will be another strikeout to Amanda White's name, as we will head into the final inning. The Tigers score a run and trail at 8-2. Due up for the Bulldogs, Hernandez, Jack, and Rodriguez. Stay tuned to see the thrilling ending of this one on the Tiger Network. We are back here in San Antonio. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, but it is not 5 o'clock here. It's 9 o'clock as we head on into the night in San Antonio. Laura Hernandez starting things off here for the Bulldogs in the top of the 7th. 0 for 3 today. So that one hits the ground before it reaches Lloyd, as Horder is slated to end the game for the Tigers.
Hernandez, 70 at-bats so far this season. One of the more reliable TLU hitters. 20 hits so far this season, 7 of them being doubles, and 4 of them actually being home runs.
And we have Porter's pitch. That one's too far outside. 2-0 count. As TLU wanting to put on as many insurance runs as possible. They have certainly had the bats come to life. As that one's grounded over to Bowser. Easy out there. That'll be the first out of the inning. As Kylie Jack
Batting seventh, third baseman number 44,
will try
Kylie Jack.
and do a bit better for herself. 1 for 2 on the day so far. Had a double in the fourth that drove in a run.
As we get ready for Jack's at-bat, seeing somebody warming up there in the TLU bullpen. Not sure if that is Amanda White just trying to stay warm, or if we could potentially be seeing a change. If it is, though, a change, Amanda White has been absolutely incredible so far today. But we'll see what happens here in the bottom of the 7th.
Porter's pitch doesn't hit the zone. 1-1 count. And you see the dominance that this Bulldogs team has. You don't go 184-4 in the SCAC by just being okay. That one skied out into center field. Sydney Watson out there in center now for the Tigers. She's able to bring that one in. But as you have seen from these 2 games today,
Batting eighth, the catcher, number 21,
they are
Isabella
just
Rodriguez.
absolutely dominant. And Del Toro shifts out into right field as Carson Lee is pulled from defensive duties. As Rodriguez swings and hits that one out into left field. RC brings it in. That'll be a quick top of the 7th. Tigers down to their final 3 outs here in game 2. We will take a small break on the Tiger Network and see how those last 3 outs play out.
Lutheran 8-22.
RC, or
Bottom of the
pardon
7th
me,
inning for the Tigers.
Miller,
Batting
Saucedo,
5, Abigail
and
Miller.
Lloyd will be the ones to go up against Sydney Willett. As Miller will come in place of RC. RC struck out looking, struck out swinging, and Coach Martin not shy about being opportunistic. 1-0 count to start off Miller. Willett coming in. She pitched in game 1 And she absolutely dominated there. She will try to continue that dominant streak here. That one hit out into right field. And the strong liner taken in by Maddie Johnson. That will be 1 down, 2 to go for Willette. As Alexa Saucedo will try and get anything going for her team. Down by 6. It would be quite a comeback if the Tigers completed a win here. 1-0 to start off Saucedo. 1 for 2 today. Struck out in the 3rd. Had a double in the 5th. The pitch from Willette. That one hit out into left field, and that one is collected by Bailey Hudgens. And the final line of defense for the Tigers, Jessie Lloyd, the leadoff hitter, who is 0 for 3 today. She will be the potential final out. And the one in the way of the Bulldogs for their 29th win. That one quickly grounded over to Jack. And that will be it for game 2 as the Tigers go very quickly 1-2-3 as Willette just continues her dominant streak. The Bulldogs win it 8-2 in very convincing fashion. Caleb, what were your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I mean, again, you said it best. TLU dominated. They started out slow, allowed Trinity to get that 1-0 lead, but then after that, 8 straight unanswered by Trinity, by TLU, extends their winning streak to now 13 games this season, 8-2. Now an 8-2 away record, as you can see that nice little light show out there on the field. But yeah, just absolute domination by TLU, able to take an early deficit and not really let it shake them too much, which, you know, whenever you're a great team like that, now 29 wins this season, that is something that you really have to do, and they did that completely to perfection, followed the script, and yeah, of course, we do have to give a lot of credit to White for pitching such an amazing game, Angela White, but also amazing congratulations to De La Luna for not only setting the new record, but for also getting her 100th career start and the first home run here at this brand new field.
Amanda White will be the one who gets the win for this one. Jordan Arce will be tagged with the loss. And even though this game did not end how the Tigers wanted it to end, nobody can take away from Marina De La Luna, Queen of the Hill, the all-time home run leader for the Trinity University Tigers. For Caleb Reed, I'm Reed Rosales, the R&R Connection. We'll wish you a good night here on the Tiger Network. Join us tomorrow at 1 o'clock for another great game against TLU.
I'm San Antonio Mayor Ron Nirenberg. I am a Trinity University alum, and I want you to know about my passion for these two vibrant communities. My alma mater is now a nationally recognized liberal arts university, offering fully integrated arts, humanities, STEM, and professional programs. Grounded in the liberal arts, Trinity graduates students who think critically, act meaningfully, and contribute confidently throughout their careers. As for San Antonio, Trinity is an oasis in the heart of a city that serves as a cultural bridge to the Americas. We are a diverse community that values inclusion and welcomes intellectual curiosity and spirited debate. We're a city that challenges convention and welcomes new ideas. Great things are happening at Trinity University, in San Antonio, and through all our connections to our multicultural world. Join me in being part of this exciting moment.